without any pay. I'm glad you're back, sweetheartie, and I'm in love again. Sweet kisses from lips as eager as mine will add to my sweetheartie and make it more divine. Why is it every time I look at you, I shake and tremble? I resemble a ship in a gale without any sail. Oh, sweetheartie, you're sent from heaven above. I'll gladly stand this heartache. It means that I found love. Lovely debutante, you are so alluring. In your dainty gown, how you tantalize. Lovely debutante, though you seem demurring, there's a sweet surprise in your dreamy eyes. Though your lips may hold a secret you're trying to hide, Mr. Cupid knows the secret. A lucky boy, a happy bride, lovely debutante, with your charms enduring, may you always be as you are tonight.
is gone and left it free. Just as you've gone away from me, long can you see? There's an empty bench which still recalls the tales you told. But summer love grows quickly old. Now the bench is cold. What a lonely part. I stroll a lane we used to walk. I hear the morning wind cry out. Oh, wind, if you could only talk, could you tell me what it's all about? Can this be the place where every night I saw your face? Where every night we could embrace? Can this be the place? What a
Darling, it's you I'm needing, you that I'm dreaming of. Darling, tonight I'm pleading again for love. Call me sweetheart, your one and only sweetheart. Take me and hold me, sweetheart, in your arms tonight. Never leave me. Oh, won't you please believe me that I am yours for just the taking, wrong or right. Call me sweetheart. Say there's no other sweetheart. Tell me you're mine and mine alone. Give me that right. Body and soul I give. You know without you I can't live here. Call me sweetheart. Close in your arms tonight. Bumpy James really wants to marry you. But before we start romancing, darling, won't you put me wise to the little devil dancing in your lap of Irish eyes? Kissing games. Have you ever played kissing games? Well, you don't know what you've missed if you've never been kissed in a kissing game. Kissing games never hurt you like football games. No, you never take a spill, but you're sure of a thrill in a kissing game. You take a bottle, spin the bottle, wait until the bottle is dead. You kiss and cuddle, what-da-da-da, everybody's looking and your face gets red. Kissing games, Everybody plays kissing game. Oh, you're never too bold and you're never too old in the kissing game.
fleet pretender. You don't know the joy of surrender until you fall in love. Our throbs and heartaches together, that's what love made of. You don't know how much you can suffer until you fall in love.
you.
Please send me down somebody to love.
She thinks it's Christmas.
Nobody wants me.
Nobody wants her.
I'm blue
All right,
somehow.
why not the blues? Sugar is sweet, what's the matter with you?
Please hear my plea and take a chance with me because I'm nobody's baby now. Nobody wants me. I'm blue somehow. Won't someone hear my plea and take a chance with me because I'm nobody's baby. Nobody loves me. Nobody's baby now.
I'd love to play a little love scene opposite you. I'd make it all so realistic opposite you. At first I'd look in your eyes and tell a few little lies, the kind that lovers love to improvise. And then I'd feel your hand in mine, dear, and ring with bliss. That's just about the time I'd kiss you. Something like this. And maybe some morning after a sweet honeymoon for two, you'll see me at the breakfast table opposite you. It's got to be love. It couldn't be done so lighted. It feels like you write it, but nevertheless it's love. Don't tell me the pickles and pie a la mode they served me, unnerved me, and made my heart a broken down pump. It's got to be love. It isn't the morning after that makes every rafter go spinning around above. I'm sure that is fatal. Oh, why do I get that thinking, feeling? I think that I'm dead, but nevertheless it's only love. Oh, dear old Southland, for you my heart is yearning, and I long just to see once more the land I love, that Swanee shore. I'm gonna shuffle down to my dear old Southland. It's there my heart is yearning to be. How I long just to see once more the land I love, that Spanish shore.
Have a habit of walking without a direction. And now you've got me doing it. You have a habit of talking in terms of affection. And now you've got me doing it. You started a strange emotion, a thrill that I can't suppress. I'm ready to pledge devotion. What's the secret of your caress? You have a habit of dreaming for hours and hours. And now you've got me doing it. You have a habit of picking the petals of flowers. And now you've got me doing it. I thought that I could kiss you once and stop right there and then. But now you've got me doing it again. shadows are rising, I'll always be near sympathizing. I'll stand by when all your dreams, the little dreams you plan out, hopelessly go astray. And baby, all your little schemes don't pan out. Let them all go fall by the way. Oh, yeah, I'll stand by. Though sometimes misfortune may trail you, I promise.
wishing when she's gone. Wishing, wishing. 'Cause there's no harm in wishing when you're thinking of someone until dawn. I hear this world is an old wishing well. If you believe it, then things turn out swell. I wish real hard, and you never can tell. Maybe she will hear my plea and come back to me. That's why I'm wishing, wishing. 'Cause there's no harm in wishing for the one you love. What am I wishing for? Someone that I adore. For there's no harm in wishing for the one you love. So I'll keep wishing this way and hoping to. Maybe someday my wish will come true. And if she comes back to me again, I'll know my wishing was not in vain. Oh, the boat was wrecked upon an island where the girls were beautiful to see. Killicalay, killicalar, killicalum, killicaloo, killicalee. But the sailors seemed to love Killicallee. Oh, it wasn't lonely on the island. Oh, they had delightful company. Killicalay, killicalar, killicalum, killicaloo, killicalee. But the sailors seemed to love Killicallee. All the other girls were lovely and they used romantic arts. But Killicallee made a specialty breaking sailors' hearts. Oh, the day the sailors left the island. Oh, they kissed the girlies tenderly. Killicalay, killicalar, killicalum, killicaloo, killicalee. But upon that fatal day, when the sailors sailed away, the sailors sailed away with Killicallee. Killicalay, killicalar, killicalum, killicaloo, killicalee. But upon that fatal day, when the sailors sailed away, all the sailors all sailed away with Killicallee.
Why shouldn't I take a chance when romance passes by? Why shouldn't I know of love? Why wait around when each age has a sage who has found that upon this earth love is all that is really worth thinking of? It must be fun, lots of fun, to be sure when day is done that the hour is coming when you'll be kissed and then you'll be kissed again. Miss Peggy Joyce says it's good, and every star out in far Hollywood seems to give it a try. So why shouldn't
We're just poor folks. Won't you kindly break the news to your folks? Though we're poor folks, here we are rolling in love. Got no money, but there's a million in your smile so sunny. Who needs money, honey? Here we are rolling in love. Can't buy filet mignon, but we'll carry on till our dreams come true. Food doesn't worry me, a plate of soup can be a banquet here with you. Just two bucks, won't somebody lend us just a few bucks? With a few bucks, we'll get a license and we'll pay the preacher and we'll keep on rolling in love. You're slightly terrific, speaking specifically, slightly gigantic, mean it romantically, more than stupendous. My love's tremendous for you. No star in a picture could be so glamorous. You're such a mixture of everything amorous. What a construction, major production, that's you. I saw a preview of you. You made a hit from the start. Let's sign a contract for two. You be the star of my heart. You're slightly terrific, speaking specifically, super colossal. Suits my philosophy, being specific. You're slightly terrific to me.
I want a zoot suit with a reed fleet and a drape shape and a stuff cup to look sharp enough to see my Sunday gal.
You want a real sleeve with a right stripe and a rare square, so the gals will stare when they see you strut with your Sunday style. You want to look keen, so your dream will say you don't look like the same beau, so keen that you'll scream. Here comes my walking rainbow.
So make a zoot suit with a reed fleet and a drape shape and a stuff cup to look sharp enough to see my Sunday gal. Now what you want, baby?
On a brown gown with a stop top
Got
and a hip slip and a lace waist and his sharp taste. See my Sunday man in his suit, scat hat and a zag bag and a slick kid, so the other chicks will be jealous when I'm with my Sunday Sam. I wanna look keen, so my dream will say, ain't I the lucky fella, so keen that he'll scream. Baby's in Technicolor.
So make a reed fleet with a drape shape and a stuff cup to look sharp enough to see my Sunday gal.
Take a number from 1 to 10, double it, and add a million. That's how many nights I'll be longing for you. Take a number from 1 to 10, double it, and add a million. That's how many dreams I'll keep dreaming of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, baby, rhymes with heaven. And your kisses rhyme with heaven too. Honey, won't you kindly take a number from 1 to 10, double it, and add a zillion. That's how many thrills I get. That's how many chills I get on the day when you will say, I do, I do, I do. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, baby, rhymes with heaven. And your kisses rhyme with heaven too. Honey, won't you kindly take a number from 1 to 10, double it, and add a zillion. That's how many thrills I get. That's how many chills I get on the day when you say, I do, I do, I do.
I love the nighttime when I'm with you. I love the things that both of us do. But when you leave me blue. The morning after, we're both together until the dawn. It's then I realize you are gone. You're just a memory that lingers on the morning after. I'm left with nothing to do but reminisce. Why can't I always have you and start each day with a kiss? If I had my way, I'd look at you across a breakfast table for two, where I could thrill to your evening laughter the morning after.
simpática. One look in your eyes, and I know you. Touching your hand bound me to you. You understand, for you are simpática. Simpática. You don't have to talk to inspire me. Don't have to say you desire me day after day. You are so simpática. You speak, and it's the sweetest music I have ever heard. You taught me how to live again the day you taught me that single word, simpática. I know that our love must be deathless. One little kiss leaves me breathless. You must know this if you are simpática. And you are so simpática. Moonlight on the highway, moonlight on the plain. Turn your light on my way through memory lane. Moonlight on the highway, guide me while I roam. Shine upon each byway that leads me to home. A place where roses remember and folks forget me not. What else is worth dreaming of? From your silver skyway, smiling up above, moonlight on the highway, please lead me to love. I'm asking you discreetly on my knees. Oh, would you be so gently to say that you'll be true and say it sentimentally, just like in tea for two? Or would you be so cutely to love me absolutely? Because to put it brutally, I love you. Turn on that red hot heat and burn your blues away. Come on and get under the bed. Turn on that red hot heat, let's take a holiday. Wake up and get out of your shed. If you find living full of trouble ahead, who cares if who knows? Give out and give in. Paint the town till it's red. Don't be a blue nose. Turn on that red hot heat and burn your blues away. Nothing will ever go wrong if you beat your feet and put some heat in a song.
I know you talk about the talking when the pecking is new. Why? That's the dance that you should do. You got to get away low to the floor. And if you peck once, you're gonna peck some more. Oh, you can peck it to the front and to the side and to the back. Well, look at old Jim, he's pecking on his back. Pecking to me is a lot of fun. Well, you peck one and we'll peck one. Shall I peck it to the east or shall I peck it to the west? Oh, peck, 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 till you peck the best. Well, okay, oh well, hey, hey. What's the matter with the pecking up the floor? Yeah.
tell me while the night goes by. Did you mean it? Hope you did. So did I.
Rainbow in the night, oh, the bloom I saw, rainbow in the night. I never knew there could be magic like this, all in a kiss from you. Shadows all around, yet in a tender moment paradise was found. And with the fading silver stars on the wane, you saw a rainbow too. I heard each sleepy bird grow lyrical, so lyrical in trees above.
Spin. Wasn't that some fun music?
That was so lovely. I wish I was back in that era.
Yeah, that's the 1930s, I do believe.
Because I was thinking it was either from the 30s or the 40s, but I couldn't quite throw a spin on it. But it's whatever. But anywho, The Problem of Evil by E. Knoch. I actually have that book.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Well, that book kind of changed my life.
Really, how so?
Well, I had all kinds of questions about evil because I was reared as a fundamentalist evangelical Christian, and they do not know what to do with evil, even though their beloved King James Bible says God creates both good and evil. It's a forbidden topic. They just don't know how to address it. And so when I got the book, along about 1980, it was yummy, as metaphors go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm currently reading it right now. It's been a while. I figured, oh, why not? And there's some juicy content in there.
Yeah.
Can't seem to put the book down.
Right on. Speak, dude, speak. Cat got your tongue, or is your microphone not working?
Help me out, Ace, but does that icon look familiar? Because I swear I've seen that icon before.
Yeah, it is a familiar icon, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's him, but I want to say it's Soup.
Oh, it's just an icon. We don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
We won't know until he speaks up and makes himself a blessing.
A blessing. Oh, and he gone.
He gone.
He gone.
Lucky us.
So when did the problem of evil and the judgments of God come out? Because I know, there's a 100-year-old book, so it's got to at least
Well,
be that.
it might be a 90-year-old book, but it came out in the 20s or 30s. I forgot which.
Man, that long ago?
Yeah, the 1920s or the 1930s. You want to take up the reading?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Now I know yesterday you said that there was some noise going on with the mic, so I will
Yeah,
do my
when you
best.
weren't talking, it sounded like you were, washing dishes or something,
Oh,
It
yeah,
wasn't
sure.
the mic, it was your activity,
Oh, okay.
as I recall.
All
Like
right.
this. Yeah. Can you hear it all? Oh, yeah, something's going on there. What the hell, Bucky?
Yeah, well, my life.
Yeah.
Oh, my life. All right.
Ho, ho, ho. I get
All
the
right.
idea. You're Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, boy. Bother. Let's not go there. All right. They're reading. JG, there is a 100-year-old book that answers your questions. The Problem of Evil by A.E. Knoch. The Problem of Evil and the Judgments of God. Table of contents. Preface, page 5. The Problem of Evil, at least that section. Then we have Evil and Sin, page 11. The Source of Sin, page 18. Sin for Sin, page 24. The quote-unquote Fall of Satan, page 32. Satan's Supreme Sin, page 44. The Knowledge of Good, page 53. Man's Greatest Mistakes, page 65. Sin in Act and in Fact, page 73. The Human Heart, page 87. Conscience, page 95. Man's Will or God's, page 104. The Phantom of Free Will, page 118. Yes?
There's a typo there I got to fix. Okay, go ahead.
All right. The Phantom of Free Will, page 118. The Transmission of Sin, page 128. The Unpardonable Sin, page 134. Sin's Justification, page 140. The Repudiation of Sin, page 150. The God of Judas Iscariot, page 162. Oh boy, don't get the Christians going on. God's Will and Intention, page 182. The Deity of God, page 194.
Found another typo. Let's fix it and done.
You're 2 for 2 so far, Ace, but it's fine. The Judgments of God. Responsibility, page 209. What is judgment? Page 225. The Dais of God in His Christ, page 240. Requital at the Dais, page 248. Revealed by Fire, page 257. Suffering and Shame, page 268. Endure and Reign, page 278. Tribulation and Wrath, page 289. The Judgments of the Nations, page 295. The Function of the Great White Throne, page 308, page 308. The Second Death, page 318. The Appreciation of God, page 331. Scripture Index, page 339.
Okay, before we go on,
Mm-hmm.
you see any chapter titles that looked interesting to you?
Well, if you want to scroll back up to the problem of evil, I would say the one that says the God of Judas Iscariot.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Now, keep in mind, it's been a while since I read the book, so I might not know everything.
Mm-hmm.
The God of Judas Iscariot. Do the religious folks not know that they worship the God of Judas Iscariot?
Do they what?
Do they not know that they also worship the God of Judas
Oh, my
Iscariot?
God. What a question. Because there's only one God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the God of one and all would be the same God of Judas Iscariot. And Judas Iscariot is not his own God. He didn't create himself. He didn't give himself his destiny. It was God who created him and gave him a destiny. And it will be found that Judas's destiny is in Christ. Somehow, some way, the God of Judas Iscariot is the God of us all.
Amen to that. So that's from that section, and then the Judgments of God section. I might as well choose one from there. Let's see. Well, I mean, they all look good, but if I had to choose one, I say the dais of God and its Christ.
Well, you're on your own. I forgot what that chapter's all about.
Wow, I'm on my own already. Already? I'm already all alone, Ace. Come on.
Yeah, right.
No bother.
I think I've read this book twice out loud on this channel. But one time I read it silently way back in 1980 or so. But it's precious. Every time I read it, it's refreshing and new somehow. Anyway, so let me skim through and say, okay, the first chapter is Evil and Sin, Boys and Girls. And the author shows that evil and sin are two different things. And it's just not right to conflate the two, because sin is making a mistake or missing the mark or some type of failure. Evil is not necessarily sin, and they can overlap. Sin and evil can overlap, but they're not necessarily the same thing. Evil is breakage. That would be a fine word to explain evil. Falling out of a tree is an evil experience, but you're not necessarily sinning by falling out of a tree. Anyway, the source of sin, that is an interesting chapter, because in the Christian theology, the normal Christian theology, they're afraid to trace evil all the way back to God, because they think that if they trace evil back to God, they're tracing sin back to God, but God cannot make a mistake. So the operative question regarding this chapter, as I recall, is, did God sin in making evil? No. He made evil for a purpose, and he did not sin in making evil. And then the chapter called Sin for Sin, as I recall, it had a lot to do with 2 Corinthians 5:18 to 21, where it says God was in Christ, conciliating the world to himself. And then it ends up saying that in verse 21 that Christ became sin for us. And Brother Knoch insists that that's not exactly right, that we should add the word offering. Christ became a sin offering for us. And then the fall of Satan, he puts fall in quotes because there's no record that Satan fell of his own free will. There's more evidence in the scripture that Satan was created a liar from the beginning and a murderer from the beginning, etc. And then Satan's supreme sin, as I recall, it has to do with Satan not really understanding what he was doing when he put Christ on the cross. That was his sin. He made a mistake in orchestrating the Jews and the Romans and all those guys on that great day, putting Christ on the cross. He screwed up. It resulted in the greatest of goods. And then I don't remember what the knowledge of good is about. Man's greatest mistakes, I can't quite remember that one.
The knowledge of good.
Oh, yeah? You
The
got something?
knowledge of... Yes, I do. Actually, since I have the book right here,
good.
let me read just a teeny bit just to see if you can get anything out of it, if you don't mind.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the knowledge of good. So it says, before they sinned, Adam and Eve had no knowledge of good. Good to lay all... Yep. Good to lay all about them, unmixed with evil. Health, strength, honor, and companionship with one another and with God was their constant possession and privilege. Yet they knew nothing of the blessedness of these boons. This we learn from the name given to the tree which bore the forbidden fruit. To many minds, it suggests only the knowledge of evil rather than good. Yet, first and foremost, it was the tree of the knowledge of good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, man's greatest mistakes in act and in fact, and then some article about the human heart, conscience, and then here's a fascinating one, man's will or God's will. And then the phantom of free will, and of course you almost don't need to read that chapter to get the idea, is that he's saying that free will, so-called free will, is a dubious idea that's not really laid out in the scripture. It's a phantom. You can get there by inference and conjecture, but there are no clear scriptures that says man has a totally uninfluenceable and uninfluenced free will. The transmission of sin and the unpardonable sin. I think I remember some about the unpardonable sin, that the scripture does not technically say that it is unpardonable. It says that it shall not be pardoned in this eon or that which is to come. So the eon to come and this eon are the only two eons in view regarding this so-called unpardonable sin. But we know from other scriptures that there are 2 eons to come at least, and then the eons will come to an end. So it's unpardonable only during 2 eons of consideration. It doesn't say what is going to happen in the final eon, and it doesn't say what is going to happen after the conclusion of the eons. So there. So it's not unpardonable. It's just it will not be pardoned in this eon or that which is impending. And then, oh, I bet this title, Sin's Justification, on page 140, I bet that has everything to do with Romans 5:18, which is the predominant scripture I brought up in this letter to JG that we'll get to shortly. The repudiation of sin, I can't remember what that's about. The God of Judas Iscariot, God's will and intention. Oh, that's a lovely chapter because God does have a will and he reveals his will to some people, and God has an intention, and he doesn't necessarily reveal his intention to them. And we can see two great examples of the difference between God's will and God's intention in the Garden of Eden and in God's dealings with Pharaoh. So God gets his intention, but not necessarily his will. We all resist his will, but there's no way we can resist his intention. He gets his intention. And God's will for Adam in the garden was do not eat. But, now that we have a bird's eye view of the situation, we can look at the Garden of Eden and say, oh, of course it was God's intention for him to eat. Because God set it up there. There were so many compulsory factors, so many influencing factors moving him along in that direction. God got his intention because God can't save us unless we're thoroughly acquainted with sin, condemnation, and death. And so God's apparent will was for him not to eat. But God's intention, come on, puts a talking snake in there and a talking woman. Oh my God. In the second example, prime example, is with Pharaoh, because God's will, spoken to Pharaoh right to his face, let my people go. This was God's will, but God's intention was for Pharaoh not to let the people go until there had been a sufficient display of God's power revealed in the 10 plagues. So God's intention was to get those people out of Egypt with a big fanfare. So the difference between God's will and God's intention is God's will we might say it's the obvious, and God's intention is not so obvious. And then the deity of God, you can imagine what that's about. Again, that would probably be about free will. Oh, and in the next section of the book, The Judgments of God, the title is Responsibility with the word in quotes, because the word responsibility does not show up in the Bible. And I'm guessing that Brother Knoch, makes the argument that if we're going to talk about responsibility, truly only God is responsible for the outcome of all of this, because he is the creator of all and thus responsible for all. What is judgment? What is judgment? Let's see. Let me take a stab. It's been a while. I'm guessing he's going to say that judgment is good, and we want more of God's judgment, not less, and the sinner can trust the judgments of God, because the judgments of God are meant to make things right, not to punish people out of vindictiveness. That would be what Karen does. She makes a judgment and then punishes the hell out of you out of vindictiveness. She's a vindictive sweetheart. Okay, the dais of God in Christ. Can't quite remember what that's all about. Requital at the dais. Read it yourself. Revealed by fire, suffering and shame, endure and reign. Tribulation and wrath, the judgment of the nation, function of the great white throne. That sounds like fun. The second death. Oh, that is a illuminating chapter, because what exactly is the second death? And then the appreciation of God and a lovely scripture index where you can find, trace all kinds of scriptures back through the book. Go ahead. Sven, Captain Sven.
Don't know about Captain, but I'll take Sven. I think it's wonderful and revealing, dear JG, that you found some Bible passages that seem to contradict each other. How lovely that you stopped by last night to show us these contradictory passages. You actually did stop by?
Yeah.
I missed this. Unbelievable. Anywho,
Yeah.
how lovely. Oh, I read that. How lovely that you stopped by last night to show us these contradictory passages. One passage said that God sends them a deceiving spirit, and another passage that says God would never do that, not in a million years. Or some such. Interesting. You demanded my explanation. I demanded yours. I said, what the hell do I know? Maybe there's two different plot lines going on here, two different story points to make, two different groups of characters in the story that need different cuts, camera angles, backstories, etc. But on the whole, I'm comfortable with the executive summary that all is out of God, through God, and for God. Romans 11:36. Your answer was that God sent a deceiving spirit because they deserved it and did something of their own accord that made God respond in such a way. Words to that effect. That sounds quite right, actually.
Quite quaint.
Yes, quite quaint, yes. Anywho, well, this morning I was thinking about this tough problem. The problem of evil. How are we to understand these things? One of my early morning thoughts was about Romans 5:18, a fascinating passage, one that many folks who name the name of the Lord avoid with vigor. Among other things, Romans 5:18 says, sin condemns and sin justifies. Check
Wow.
it out. Romans 5:18, consequently then, as it was through one offense for all mankind for condemnation, thus also it is through one just award for all mankind for life's justifying. Can you see it? All mankind experiences condemnation, thus universal condemnation. And then, somehow, some way, all mankind experiences universal justification. And in the grand story of Romans 5:18, there are two sources for these two outcomes. The source for the universal condemnation is the actions of Adam in the garden. Then the source for the universal justification is the actions of Christ on the cross. Listen, JG, you want to trace things back to their source, thus you ask me, which is true? God sent the spirit of deception, or that God would never do such things? And you present two different scriptures that could support either argument. To blame God or not to blame God? That is the question. Yeah, that sounds right. To blame God or not to blame God? That is the question. Is that a question, or is that supposed to be a statement?
It was a summation of the discussion I had with JG to blame God or not blame God. It's a joke.
Yeah. Now, regarding sourcing things out, using Romans 5:18 as a starting point, would you agree that we are all condemned to sin, condemnation, and death? And would you agree that it's Adam to blame? Everyone dies, right? Everyone dies thanks to Adam, right? See Romans 5:12. Even little babies who never even got the chance to sin die thanks to Adam, right? Right. Now, do you blame Adam? I mean, seriously, do you blame Adam for our plight. I've listened to you over the years, and you never seem to get beyond the point of blaming the individual man and the man's so called quote unquote free will for the condition of man's woes and weals. But Romans 5:18 and 5:12 takes us back to Adam. Blame Adam. Can you do that? We're taking baby steps here. If we can get yes we are. Actually that baby steps, that actually reminds me of a film called What About Bob?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know if I think that had Bill Murray in it.
It did, yeah.
Now that very interesting film there. Baby steps. If we can get beyond man's beloved free will and trace the source beyond ourselves, maybe by a miracle of God, we can arrive at the feet of God and give God all the blame/credit for all things. Eventually. Right? Right?
Right.
Blame Adam. Okay? Romans 5:18 again. Consequently, then, as it was through one offense for all mankind for condemnation, thus also it is through one just award for all mankind for life's justifying. This verse is a compound thought. As it was, thus also. Can you hold two thoughts in your head at the same time? Can you compare and contrast the thoughts? As it was, thus also. Are we all condemned to death and dying? You bet. Are we condemned because of things we did, or are we condemned because of things we did or do? No, not according to Romans 5:18. It's all due to Adam's actions and the garden. Thanks, Adam. What a mess you got us all into. Amen to that. No one has a free will in this matter. We come into this world condemned to sin, mortality, and death. The only solution is for God to pull back the curtain and reveal to us that it's not finished yet. Yes, creation has begun, but there's a bit more work to do to bring us all to the second half of Romans 5:18, the thus also part. Thus also it is through one just award for all mankind for life's justifying. Imagine that. All of life will be justified, and all mankind will be justified. Why? Because of that one just award. What is the one just award? Oh, that's the results of Christ's dear work on the cross. It accomplishes so very much, dear JG. So, on the whole, JG, I'm thinking if you can get to the place to where you blame Adam, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump. To go all the way and credit God for all things. You see, Adam was not that clever. In fact, he was quite ignorant of many things. Well, that is true, actually. Oh, he had good in the garden, but nowhere in the story does Adam ever thank God for the goodness God provided for him. Adam was ignorant of both good and evil. And you have to know, you can't know good apart from knowing evil. And I would also say vice versa. The two need each other to be fully appreciated. That's why good and evil were wrapped up in one tree. Can we truly know good apart from its contrast? Can a God operate all things, including creating and dispensing evil, while at the same time being good? I say yes. At one time, I had no idea how to answer such a question. But over the years, discovering the purpose of God and create in Christ and all things through Christ, Colossians 1:16, I more humbly approach the subject and say with love, all is of God. Can God lovingly send a deceiving spirit for a grand and glorious purpose? You bet. Can God lovingly bring us all to the place where we are thankful for every experience we have? You bet. Remember, every knee will humbly bow, Philippians 2:10 and 11, and every tongue will thrillingly,
Oh, yeah, thrillingly. Got it.
Okay. And every tongue will thrillingly acclaim, Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God, the Father. Wow, what a Father. He knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. Exactly. Jeez. Grace to you, Sunday, November 16th, 2025. Thanksgiving is coming, 10:50 a.m. P.S. Is God responsible for the creation of human beings and yet not responsible for their destiny? Now that is a good question. That's a damn good question, Ace.
Oh,
PPS.
Read it again. Read it again.
All right, PS. Is God responsible for the creation of human beings and yet not responsible for their destiny? PPS. You can find the Problem of Evil book over here. TheConcordant.org product, The Problem of Evil and the Judgments of God. It's just $12. Also, find a link there for a free PDF under the free media section.
Well, sir. You like apples?
Yes, I do, especially if they're Honeycrisp.
You like these apples?
These apples are very good too. They're crunchy as if they are Honeycrisp apples. It's just got that nice crunchiness and that sweet taste. You just can't beat it. So, if you don't mind me asking, since I wasn't there last night, what did I miss?
Oh. Well, let's bring it up and play it back for our entertainment.
You want to go now or do you want to go later?
Later.
Okay.
Let's see here. Put that on the shelf. Bring this up. You can go ahead and talk while I find
Well,
our.
I don't have much to say except that it's getting cold out, and I wouldn't be surprised if I start seeing snow. So Greg was in there, Tommy was in there, Sean was in there. I must have missed a show.
I think it's about right here. Turn the volume up. Speed up the playback time to 125, and on your mark, get set, go.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Lovely.
Cool. I had something I want to show you. I came across this that reminded me of some stuff you've been talking about. You brought up First Kings a couple times, lion spirits. I know Sean likes Jeremiah. I found an interesting contrast in Kings and Jeremiah regarding prophets and lying.
Mm.
Just a couple verses, if you let me share the screen, I want to see what you thought about it. Are you good
Okay.
with that? So we got there in 1 Kings 22, 21 through 23. This is the one you're referring to. There came forth the Spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him, and also go forth and do so. That's one you've referred to, right? About
Yeah, God does blind people's eyes, and he is ultimately responsible for our condition. And
right.
it suits his purpose for us not to see things at the moment.
Yeah. So, and then you pulled this verse because it seems to display where the prophets would be guided by a lying spirit. And that would be one way of trying to position a determinist perspective, right? That they're not lying, that God is having a spirit lie through them.
Well, they are lying, but there's a difference between the story as it's flickering across the screen, and then the reason why for the story.
Yeah.
In fact, I wrote a little essay about this matter to Josh, and Josh read the essay. See here? Thanks for the community post. I read it. Red shirts and Star Trek behind the scenes stuff made me think.
Yeah.
Did you read that essay?
No. I saw you did something. You called them a good egg or something. I saw that. Yeah. I didn't read the whole thing, but I'm thinking here, because this verse has interested me too, even before I heard you guys talking about it. Like, it seems to be the Lord allowing a lying spirit to go into these prophets for some reason, like some consequence, according to something that's happened. He's saying, yes, I'll allow that to happen. I'll allow the spirit to propel them. But the idea I think that you guys were talking about is that.
Hello, England.
Hello.
Have you figured out how to raise the British Empire back from the dead?
Nah, them days are gone, I'm afraid. Yeah, like every empire comes to its end, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even the American one's going to come to its end soon. They all do.
Did you hear this last night? This
No, I missed it. That's why I thought I'd come and listen to this one, because I was in the one prior when we was talking about the red shirts and stuff, but I missed this one.
do I need to back it up again?
No, because I've been listening as I've been coming in.
All right, good idea. Yeah. Forward march.
All these things are determined, and this is a demonstration or evidence of that. And then I think myself, maybe other people have said, well, how do you know that this case is across the board for all people all the time and all times, that if you lie, that would be the Lord sending you a lying spirit to some degree, or that would be the Lord responsible for your lie. There's ideas like that. And then I came across this verse in Jeremiah.
Before you go on.
Yep.
So does the language say that you were just reading that the Lord sends a lying spirit?
Well, yeah,
isn't that interesting language?
21 says, and there came forth a spirit. It seems as though like the spirit is asking if he can be allowed to go into the prophets based on some consequence.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're pointing out 22.
Go ahead.
And the Lord said to him, wherewith, and the spirit says, I'll go forth and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets, right? So he's getting permission from the authority, you could say. And then 23, now therefore, behold, the Lord hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and the Lord hath spoken evil concerning thee. So we see a demonstration of a lying spirit being put into somebody. That would work with the determinist model. That would be the reason that this was brought up, I think. But then when you look at Jeremiah here, this is where it gets interesting, because you have a different situation regarding prophets. Then the Lord said unto me, the prophets prophesy in my name, I sent them not. Neither have I commanded them, neither spake unto them. They prophesy unto you a false vision and divination, and a thing of naught, and the deceit of their heart. Therefore, thus saith the Lord concerning the prophets that prophesy in my name, and I sent them not. Yet they say, sword and famine shall not be in this land. By sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed. So that reads very differently.
Mm-hmm. What do you make of that?
Well, the prophet's prophecy lies in my name. I sent them not. Neither have I commanded them, neither spake into them. Like, he didn't prompt that. He's saying he did not prompt that. So what did prompt that? Like, who is responsible for that?
All right, now I'll go to Revelation 17:17. This would fit right in with this conversation.
Hold on. Okay, so we got, for God has put into their hearts to accomplish his purpose by agreeing to hand over to the beast their royal authority until God's words are fulfilled. The woman you saw is the great city that rules over the kings of the earth. You got
so these 10 kings, they gave their kingdoms over to the beast.
Yeah.
But it wasn't even their idea. God put it into their hearts to do this.
Yeah, and we have that in First Kings as well, the lying spirits. And that's why when we look at Jeremiah, what do we have now? I sent them not, neither have I commanded them, neither spake unto them. He's saying he isn't responsible for what these prophets are doing, in fact.
In this conversation, Jeremiah, can you have many conversations about a story?
Yeah, but I'm showing you two different displays.
Right.
One where he is involved in the prophets lying, and this one where he is not involved in the prophets lying. You have both cases.
Right. So what do you make of it?
Well, it's if these prophets here on the screen, if he sent them not and commanded them not and prompted them not, well, who's responsible?
Well, in this conversation in Jeremiah, the picture painted for us is obviously God making some other point that he wants Jeremiah or his audience to see. But in a grander point, in a grander scope of things, God can't speak to us about the grander scope of things at the beginning of our relationship with him. He's got to speak to us like we're children.
You're saying that he would tell Jeremiah that these prophets lie in my name and he sent them not, but he actually did?
In the grander scope of things.
You're saying God is lying to Jeremiah about what happened?
Well, God also sent Jeremiah to the potter's house.
That's not the point. You're saying that.
No,
you just implied that God is lying to Jeremiah.
No, not lying. He's only telling a story either to make a point or a story to bring Jeremiah along into some greater revelation, because the greatest revelation is that God is God.
He's telling him a story that has details that are untrue.
Oh my God. Hey, Bill, how many kids did you have?
How many what?
How many children did you have?
6.
Did you ever lie to any of them?
Yes.
I did too. You had to.
Yeah.
Because when they're like 3, 4 years old, you can't. It's going to take a long fucking time to explain to them why you didn't go to the ice cream store within 10 minutes. You said we could go in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
No, well,
Minutes are a long time to children. Of that I learned.
Yeah, and with our childlike minds, how is God going to tell us things? He has to wait until we grow into it before he can reveal the juicy stuff. I mean, I can remember lying to my kids even when they were 19 years old because it would just take too long to explain to them the dynamics of what was going on in that particular situation. And I didn't want to talk about it. So I just said, nah.
I come from a family of 11 kids, brothers and sisters, and all that. And I mean, I guess I'll say the same thing. A lot of lying, a lot of stealing, a lot of this and that. You said we could go to the game in 10 minutes, and it's been 45. Or you forgot to fold the laundry. Some good times and bad times, I will say that.
Yeah. Are you saying that God is lying to Jeremiah? Okay.
I would see. I would have just personally said, God is concealing.
Concealing, yeah.
Yeah, and it's up to yeah. God conceals a matter. It's up
He
to us to
does.
find it. Yeah. Too much information at the same time as Again, we're talking about infinite God speaking to finite people regarding information. If he was to download every bit of information for the likes of JG, I'm sure our brains would literally explode.
Telling Jeremiah, I sent them not, I commanded them not, I prompted them not, but that's not what he actually did.
In the scene before us, he can say, in all good conversation, that he didn't do it. He wants Jeremiah to understand something else.
But he really did do it.
In a similar vein,
He's lying to Jeremiah.
He really did. Yeah, all is of God, and this is the truth. This is the greatest of truth, that all is of God. Yeah. But in a lesser truth, one that we can handle, it's like when God, said to Adam, "Where are you?" As if God didn't know.
You're saying he had to talk to Jeremiah in like an immature way so he'd get it,
right? Because Jeremiah wasn't all that clever.
So he had to lie to Jeremiah to get him to do what he wanted.
God lies to all of us. We even lie to ourselves. We have to lie to ourselves to get out of bed in the morning.
Okay.
She loves me.
That's an interesting contrast for you, but maybe
she loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. What? We're trying to work it all out. We're trying to grow in the grace and knowledge of the Lord.
And that's different than like the word of God, reading the scriptures and pointing out that this is direct contact. It's different than what you're talking about.
Oh, I see. One thing that I think is going on here is that JG wants to use the Bible as a manual, a roadmap, step-by-step roadmap on how to get to heaven, how to be rewarded, right? And so he's demanding clarity. Do I go left or do I go right?
Sorry to interrupt. Does JG know anything about what an itinerary is? I'm sure you had
I don't recall discussing it with him, although I have said it on this channel a number of times that that truly the Bible is more of an itinerary than a roadmap. It tells us where we're going and what we're going to see when we look out the window on the left side in 10 minutes. And then on the right side, in 45 minutes, there'll be a lake and a water tower and a battlefield that was from the Civil War. Yeah, so it's where we're going, and it's God taking us there, and we don't get ourselves there. But that's his mentality. He's using the Bible as a book of superstitious formulas. Throw salt over your shoulder on Wednesday and throw a dead cat around your head 7 times, and then you'll have the most amazing good luck. So he wants it to be more of a book of formulas so he can guarantee his own eternal destiny.
You got a situation here where, I mean, I guess that's just off the cuff that you're coming up with that. Maybe you'll think of something else later, but you're basically saying that the Lord did send them and the Lord did command them and did prompt them, in fact.
Well, we have one Bible verse that says,
let me finish. Like you, in your perspective, in your purview, that's what you are saying, that you do know that the Lord sent them and commanded them and prompted them. You know that. But typical readers of the Bible don't. And Jeremiah certainly couldn't understand, so God had to sort of just pretend that he didn't do it to get Jeremiah to do what he wanted him to. I guess that's what you're saying.
Yes, God knows where we are, how big our brains are at any given time. He counts the hairs on our head. At one time, God said he repented of making man. But Paul tells us that God is fond of humanity. So which is it?
Well,
does he regret making humanity, or is he fond of humanity?
The problem is you got God lying in the scriptures now.
He's only lying because you wanted to have it in a certain kind of way that you can understand it. And God doesn't care if we understand everything that's going on right now, and that's why God blinds.
That's not answering why God is lying here. None of that is answering why you're saying God is lying here.
I'm not going out of my way to say that God is lying, but God deals with us in ways we can understand at the moment of our maturity.
Right, but in this situation, it requires him to deceive Jeremiah about the details of what is happening and what he ought to do based on what he is claiming is happening. You have God.
Maybe
you have him positioned as a liar here. That's what I'm pointing out.
Maybe God realizes he's got things to do, and he can't sit there and bring Jeremiah totally up to speed because he's got a billion things to do with all of humanity and all the universe.
It wouldn't change the fact that he's giving him inaccurate information on purpose.
On purpose. What's the purpose?
Well, I guess you were going to tell us the purpose too, since you figured out that God was lying to Jeremiah here in the book of Jeremiah. I mean, you got the lead now.
You're the one who found these two verses that seem.
I know. I said let's present it to ACO and see what he does with this. We got one that's saying that the spirits are responsible for the lies, and the other one saying God speaking to Jeremiah saying, "I'm not responsible for those lies. I didn't do that." And then we got A saying, "Oh no, he's just playing with them. He's just doing it because he doesn't understand." I want to hear more. And so you've got the floor now.
Do I really?
Yeah.
So all is of God. This is the grandest truth in the scripture. Romans 11:36. All is out of him and through him and for him. And it's not easy to enter into an understanding of Romans 11:36. I can remember the days in my young Christian life when I was absolutely confused at things like God created evil. What? And that it is not of him that willeth. What? So what's the truth? The truth is that all is of God. And just because we don't understand how and why and wherefore all is of God doesn't mean that all is not of God. God put it in the minds of those 10 kings. You just read it, Revelation 17:17.
Yeah.
God gave it to them to turn their kingdoms over to the wild beast. It wasn't, you wouldn't say that the wild beast, them turning their kingdoms would be of God. God doesn't want the kings to turn their kingdoms over to the wild beast, but yet God put it in their minds to do it. What's going on here?
There's a series of steps that led up to that, and that's what we see in First Kings too. Like, why would the Spirit be allowed into the prophets? Why is he asking God for permission to do so? There's a consequence of the behavior that's prior. Is that what you think? That it had something to do with their prior behavior, so that was their reward? Well,
or
if
they're
it does,
punished.
if it doesn't, then it's a grand display, and we can't argue it. But that's, it's another thing that we never get
All right,
worked
so
out.
so
But
we've got
look, you've got what I'm showing.
you said I had the floor.
Well, true.
So we've got 1,000 years of Jesus reigning on the earth, time of peace, time of justice. He rules with an iron rod. What the hell is God letting Satan out of his bottomless pit at the end of the 1,000 years to gin the whole world up against God yet again? What's going on there? Why would God do that? It's for a bigger purpose. I've never heard a minister address why God would let Satan out after 1,000 years of being locked up. This is way cool. This is worth pondering. I do remember one essay by Brother Knoch in which he says that yes, God creates evil, but when God brings evil to a city, it appears to Knoch that God does keep at arm's distance on the matter, and he uses his creatures to bring the evil. So we could say that, yes, God brought the evil, but he used various creatures to do it, like the obvious role of Satan. Satan was just minding his own business one day, and God said to him, "Hey, have you considered my servant Job?" It wasn't Satan's idea to harass Job. God was using Satan to bring evil to Job. And I thought that was a nice little essay that could strengthen our faith, and that we could say, yes, God does create evil, and God doesn't necessarily bring evil to us personally, but he does use his other creatures to bring evil to us. He keeps himself at a distance, shall we say. Anyway. But I didn't have the wherewithal to bring that thought up to JG. Maybe it would help him if he's listening now. And this would be in the same venue of conversation. Why would God send deceiving spirits? Why would God let Satan back out? To deceive the world. Deceive? They don't know that they are deceived. Nobody who is deceived knows that they are deceived. God let Satan out to deceive the whole dang world again and turn against the city of God. Does God want deception? Apparently. Apparently, it serves his purpose for the moment. During the eons, there's a lot of stuff that needs to go on.
When you have him engaging in deception, that's different. When you're saying that he's lying to Jeremiah and not giving them proper information, now you have a God that's actively lying.
So that's where it's wrong. This is where it's
Have
wrong.
you read all of Jeremiah? Do you know what was going on with Jeremiah?
There's a lot going on, but the point.
Okay, go ahead.
This is where JG's being dishonest, because he's saying that God is lying. God is not lying. God is not giving all the information. There's a big difference.
Or maybe it's the fact that during this time he brought up Jeremiah, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so this is at a time, where God is still dealing with Israel, as his chosen people and whatnot, and not quite sure why JG would bring up Jeremiah to try and throw Ace off, but I don't really see anything contradictory about these two verses, but it's just me.
God bless Bible contradictions. Don't they keep it interesting?
Bible contradictions.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? serves his purpose for the moment. During the eons, there's a lot of stuff that needs to go on.
When you have him engaging in deception, that's different. When you're saying that he's lying to Jeremiah and not giving them proper information, now you have a God that's actively lying to his own prophets.
So have you read all of Jeremiah? Do you know what was going on with Jeremiah?
There's a lot going on, but the point here is that you've got it set up so that he's telling Jeremiah things that aren't true. So now you have God as a liar.
You brought it up.
Pointing it out.
Which is true? Did God send a lying spirit, or did God not send a lying spirit?
Yeah, we got that from 1 Kings.
So which is true?
Here in Jeremiah, you've extended this.
Can both be true?
Both what?
Can it be true that God sent a lying spirit, and then can it also be true that God did not send a lying spirit? Can both aspects be true?
You're doing basic logic. It's good. Nope.
No, of course they can. It's just two different conversations in order to get two different outcomes for two different situations.
So
yeah. Yes, both. It is both true that God sent lying spirits and God did not send lying spirits. It is true that God doesn't want the people deceived, and it is true that God released Satan from the bottomless pit in order so that the whole dang world would.
You're saying you're trying to point out that God is illogical.
Why would you want to restrict logic, your own understanding of logic, to the purpose and plan of God?
Who says I would want to do that?
So God sent Jeremiah to the potter's house, and apparently Jeremiah had never seen a potter. Well, he's watching the potter make this clay vessel, and just for no reason at all, the potter smashes the vessel and starts over again. Why would God do that? Why would a potter do that? And the potter metaphorically being God, maybe.
Why would God lie to Jeremiah here in this verse, as you were starting to say earlier?
What's God doing with Jeremiah that he would tell them this?
Well, from your worldview, the prophets have to prophesy in his name. He has to send them. He has to command them. He has to make them speak. But he's telling Jeremiah he didn't do that. So from your perspective, you're like, no, I know what he's doing there. Jeremiah is just immature. He has to speak to him in a certain way, even if that means deceiving him, manipulating him, lying to him.
Well, then I will confess that I don't know what's going on with Jeremiah. I haven't read Jeremiah in a serious kind of way in many decades.
Well, you quoted his verses when it talks about, man plans his ways and God leads his steps.
Is that true?
Well, you love Jeremiah when those verses come up.
That is Sean's favorite verse, but I don't quote it very often. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
How you feel about? Look, this is not about how you feel about Jeremiah, what you like about Jeremiah. It's not what this is about. Just pointed out to you that we have instances, including your Revelation 17, where God directly imposes himself and speaks of it, and it's in the scripture. I did this. I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we have here, I didn't do that.
So what do you make of that?
How is God saying you didn't do something? He's doing everything.
What do you make of that?
The universalist would be on the stand for that particular question. Because they say that God did all of it, so he's now a liar in Jeremiah 14. Now you have to come up with a reason why he's lying to Jeremiah, and you already started that. That's how you originally answered. You started to say, "Oh, he must be."
I am groping in this situation because you brought the damn thing up. You tell me what's going on here, Jack.
You're trying to turn it into some figure of speech, I think.
Because you tell me what's going on. Are you
Jeremiah? Yeah. Jeremiah seems to be sort of young and immature, as you say. So God had to manipulate him in a certain way. And it seems as that way is a lie. Or you have to turn this into a figure of speech. That would be
So you tell me. You're the one who brought it up. So what's going on here?
What do I see here?
Which is true? That God sends a lying spirit or that God does not send a lying spirit?
He sent the lying spirit in Kings. However, in this case, the lying prophets, he didn't do. They're lying on their own accord, which he did not do.
So how do we solve this problem if it is a problem?
It would be a problem for someone who's saying that these people didn't do it on their own. They did it on their own accord with their own will. They're responsible. It would be a problem for someone who sees, that perspective, which is you.
So You're going to run back to the human will, and the human will caused all this trouble.
No, it's not. Don't go to the extreme, right? Like we're just trying to work this out, but maybe we can hash it out another time. Maybe you'll figure something out.
Don't go to the extreme. He's begging me to go to the extreme. But then when I press him to say, oh, we must not blame God, we must blame man, and God's not in control. And then he says, don't go to the extreme.
But the way I see this is it's clearly demonstrating that God is saying, I did not do that. I did not make them do that. I am not responsible for what they did here in 14 and 15. It seems clear, but you've got to come up with some sort of figure of speech storytelling to make this work. So, if you want to visit it later, we can. It's fine. I'll just go for now. I appreciate it.
No, don't leave, because you're the one who brought it up. So tell us what the real matter is and how we should see this. If God sends a lying spirit and then says he didn't send a lying spirit.
Well, that's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you have done that. That's exactly what you were
doing. This is not my demonstration here tonight.
What are you demonstrating? Just absolute what? Foolishness?
I'm bringing contrasting verses to a deterministic worldview, aka your worldview, and showing you in Jeremiah 14 that God is clearly telling him he did not make them do this. Cool. He is not responsible. That's all I'm doing. So if you want to try to work that out at another time, I'm saying let's go for it.
Oh, let's work on it now.
Well, you have to work on how this is a figure of speech and how he's sort of walking Jeremiah through with deceptive language. That would be on you. That's your case, right? That's what you see here.
All right. So then, so how about how do we view that God did send a lying spirit?
You can view 1 Kings again. The spirit came forth, offered to persuade him. The Lord allows it.
So, is this not good news?
Well, we're not. Is that what we're trying to figure out, whether it's good news or not? That's what I'm saying. I'll just come back when you have time to think about it. Because
I'm not going to think about it anymore, except when I'm with you. Because it bothers you. You're the one who brought it up.
No, it just shows that a determinist can't work those two contrasts out without where you went. You displayed where you would go. It's a figure of speech. It's not the way. It's not the way.
Are there figures of speech?
Yeah.
Did God say, Adam, where are you?
Yeah, there's figures of speech. Do you think Jeremiah 14 is a figure of speech? Can you make that application here?
I don't know. I told you I'm not terribly familiar.
I'll give you some time if you want to try.
I don't want to look at it.
Okay, well then why are we looking at it?
If you got an insight, so present your insight. Tell us the good news about what we're seeing here in the Word of God.
You want me to tell you what's good about this?
Yeah.
Right here in Jeremiah?
Because the Word of God is good news for us all, right?
I mean, it doesn't always appear to be good news.
Even the bad news is good news
well, that's cool, man. Look, okay, you'll find something to do. I'm throwing that out to you. You can try to work it out if you want. That's fine.
Why don't you work it out, JG?
I'm trying to, man. I mean, that's what I had. That's what I presented. I said, I've got this, and I've got the contrast.
Okay, so work it out.
And that's good. You're here too, because you like Jeremiah, right?
I love Jeremiah. I love all the scriptures, though. I mean, I'm not party to one particular scripture. It just happens to be one that kind of blows my mind. It's not, you know what I mean? There's many other verses besides that one, but that's showing the sovereignty and character of God. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, you never know what the problem is, right?
Well, don't be an accuser now.
Well, I think he keeps saying that when I come in contact with him. Like I present something, he's like, I don't know what the problem is. Well, what is the verse you like? It says that we plan our ways and God provides the steps.
That's in Proverbs.
It was in Jeremiah as well.
Jeremiah is different. It's not in the. I think it says it's not in man to know or something. It's very similar to Proverbs, but yeah.
Well, in other words, you pointed out because it shows that man thinks he's doing things and it's actually God directing him. That's
absolutely.
Okay, good. So when we look at Jeremiah 14:14, this is the Lord saying, I sent them not, neither have I commanded them, neither spake unto them. He's not making them do these things, Sean. That's the problem.
And yet
he's gone.
And yet he's gone.
Okay. Cool.
And yet all is of God. God gives life and breath and all to all. And God gives it to those 10 kings in the book of Revelation to turn their kingdoms over to that wicked, wicked, wicked beast king.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. Did you guys figure it out? Hello, guys.
Yeah, you got to get up early to catch worms.
Oh, I've been busy. And I didn't know you were going to review it because you said yesterday you weren't going to revisit it. You made a stream about me and revisited it. So
I lied.
did you guys work anything out about what was being presented there?
Do you want to read the essay for us and address it as
No,
you
no.
go along?
You guys just went through the whole thing yesterday. Did you go through the entire thing?
Do you want me to read it to you, or should you read it?
Ace, I'm asking you. Did you? I just got
Yes.
back from what I was doing. Did you go through the whole video? Did you?
Yes,
Who else is here? Bill and Sven.
Yes.
Did you guys see a contrast there?
Right.
A question to Bill or Sven.
Elaborate a little bit for me.
What do you say?
I said, elaborate a little for me.
Well, didn't you just watch it?
Yeah, I did watch it.
Okay, so you have in Kings, you have him allowing a lying spirit to enter the prophets.
Yeah.
And then in Jeremiah, you have him saying, I did not make these prophets lie or say the things they're saying.
No, he didn't. No, because the Spirit's done that. God himself didn't. It's plain in the text.
Are you talking about Kings or Jeremiah?
Well, we're talking about, contextually in Jeremiah and Kings, etc. God sends these spirits, lying spirits, etc. But God is not the one lying. He just sends the one who are lying.
Right. I agree with you. That's First Kings.
Yeah.
But in Jeremiah, what I'm pointing out is that he's telling Jeremiah that he did not make these prophets do the things they were doing. They're doing them independently of his instruction.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the contrast.
But again, the context is different in every scenario, isn't it?
The contrast is in one scenario, you have God allowing a lying spirit to enter the prophets. In the other scenario, you have God saying to Jeremiah, these prophets are lying. I did not make them lie. In other words,
God didn't make them lie. That was the lying spirits that did that.
There's no reference of God allowing lying spirits in Jeremiah. That's the difference.
Yeah, but we have the concept right there in Kings, though.
It does, right, but that's what I'm asking. If every time it was presented in Kings that when people lie, God makes them lie. Look, they say, look at Kings. He made those people lie. We see a different context in Jeremiah. He's saying, I did not make these people lie. You understand, Bill?
Well, yeah, God himself didn't make them lie, but God, law first mentioned, has been known to send lying spirits out.
In none of the scenarios, God made them lie, correct? Didn't.
Well, yeah. I would agree and say God himself didn't lie to them.
That's the differences we have in Jeremiah is that we were talking last night, and Ace said that he suspects that God was lying to Jeremiah in a sense that he couldn't handle the information or wouldn't understand it. So he just said to him, well, I didn't do this. So he has God lying to Jeremiah.
Well, no, I don't think that. I think that God conceals things. But
you're calling the misinformation or the wrong information concealment.
Well, yeah, God can conceal as he pleases,
Yeah.
convey it as he pleases. Yeah.
So when we read Jeremiah, the reader looks at it and says, "Oh, God said he didn't do these things." But you come around and say, "Oh, well, I know better than that. God did do these things, but he needed to tell Jeremiah that he didn't for the context of what he was doing through Jeremiah."
Who was that aimed at?
Who's the what?
No, you just made a statement. I weren't sure if you made the statement about regarding what I said or Ace said or anyone.
Ace was saying that God gave Jeremiah the incorrect information. God would have made those prophets lie, but he told Jeremiah that he did not.
Well, I just, again, for me, I can't speak for Ace, but I would have reworded that and said that God concealed certain information from Jeremiah, lest his head exploded with too much.
Well, that's just speculation, right? You're just bringing that into the conversation. You don't know if that's the case.
Well, I do know it's the case that God is infinite and we're finite, and if God downloaded every bit of knowledge there is from beginning to end, that our heads would literally explode. I don't think
it doesn't solve the issue. It's just speculation that, well, if he gave us
not really speculation. Is God finite? Is God finite or
it's not answering the problem I'm bringing forward, Bill.
Well, I did answer that. I expressed my opinion and my study of that explanation that God has concealed certain things. Like he concealed so much the mystery.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about omission, like not giving all the information.
Yeah.
Concealing a part of it. That's not what's happening in Jeremiah. He's saying they did not do this.
Could you read the call out on the screen there, JG? From 2 Thessalonians.
2 Thessaloniki. What is 2 Thessaloniki?
It's a typo. I'm sure you can understand a typo.
Oh, I thought it might be a concordant.
No, it's a typo. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. Go ahead and read it
So,
for us.
You see there's a distinction there, Bill. Concealing or omitting information is considered a lie in different situations. When you have knowledge that you're supposed to give somebody and you omit that, and then a problem ensues from your omission, it's considered a lie. But what we're dealing with in Jeremiah is a direct interaction with God where he's saying, I didn't do this. So you would have to say God is lying or it's all a figure of speech.
So could you read the call out and address it?
And for this cause, God shall send them a strong delusion that they should believe a lie. Yep. That is similar to 1 Kings, to Revelation 17. We got that much. You brought that up last night. However, this is not the case in Jeremiah. It is different. You want to bring up Jeremiah 14 again so we can look at it?
Go ahead.
All right, hold on.
But you're really missing something if you don't read the essay that I wrote to you this morning. You see, what you are bringing before us is a question regarding the problem of evil and the judgments of God. And there's a 100-year-old book out there that does an excellent job at discussing the problem.
I'm not talking about the problem of evil.
Of course you are.
No, I'm talking about God, who is in one scenario sending lying spirits, and in the other one saying, I did not do this, which is leaning to the pointing to the prophets in Jeremiah being responsible for their lies. Okay? Going into the problem of evil is in the same vein that there's evil going on. Yes, but in this scenario, I'm pointing out the problem that your theology, your determinism is pointing to God, saying God is doing evil. God is lying or omitting information to Jeremiah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Not going into the problem of evil. That's a sidebar. So this whole essay is a sidebar. So you did the essay saying you weren't going to follow up with this. You played the video. No one has any more answers from the video. What have you done?
I've sinned. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? He quits. I guess he doesn't want to forgive me.
And that concludes the video of JG trying to contradict 2 verses in the book of Jeremiah.
Mercy.
Mercy, mercy.
Yeah, for him not to stay and have an intelligent discussion about the matter, it doesn't speak well of him.
Why did he bail for?
Because he doesn't want. I'm guessing. I just his motivation is he doesn't want to get trapped. He wants to trap us in a "now I've got you, son of a bitch" question, but he himself cannot reasonably respond to his own trap. Bill, do you remember how Dr. Burns brings out the topic of the "now I've got you, you son of a bitch" game that people play?
Yeah, you mentioned that a few times. Yeah.
Yeah. Who broke this vase? Says mom to the little Johnny, little 5-year-old Johnny. Who broke this vase? And Johnny knows there is no way to answer this question because of her tone, her henpecking tone. There's no good way to answer this. So he resorts to saying, well, the doggy did it. And then he gets a spanking for lying because the dog has been outside for over an hour.
Well, yeah, it's the damned if you do or damned if you don't scenario, isn't it?
Right.
Or technically, the false dichotomy fallacy that Eric uses. He uses that a lot. You get.
How does Eric do it?
Well, basically, he'd give you a scenario and say, "Have you stopped committing adultery? Yes or no?" Well, if you say yes, that means you were an adulterer. If you say no, you're still an adultery. But that's a false dichotomy because neither are true.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they often bring up this false dichotomy, the yes or no's, when the scenario doesn't even apply to what you're talking about. It's very naughty. But that's an Eric classic.
And that's okay.
But that's okay.
Yeah, by not sticking around shows me he doesn't want to have the discussion. He wants to play the game. Who broke his face? Who broke his face?
Because I was ready to get in. I was ready to get in that conversation. I was going to bring up some more proverbs and some other bits, and maybe even break down Jeremiah 23 with a better context. But he just gone. He went.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Do you want to bring up Jeremiah 23? For our sake, not his, because he's not listening.
Well, I can do in a minute, but I have to get myself another beer.
Oh, I'm jealous.
That's still too early for you lot over there in America.
I'm stuck with cold coffee. Yes, he's just grandstanding. That is a fine assessment. And what is grandstanding? Oh, that's up there, blathering and blathering to make yourself look important. Establishing your own righteousness at the expense of the righteousness of God. Romans 10, verse 3. Hey, are you still there, Bill? You said you weren't going to cover the question. How dare you, Ace? So, how to address the problem of evil? Tough one. You said you'd never lie, God, but here you lied, God. What the hell's going on, God? And thus we judge God. And Romans chapter 3, verse 4 says that God will be justified in that day when he suffers the judgments of humanity. Because we all judge God. Can God handle it? Yep. God can handle it when we judge him. He will explain himself one day and show us that in every case, all is out of him and through him and for him. And Monk says, is God not able to teach sinners truth? What chance do we have? I would never hang out with sinners. That's what the Pharisees say. And you ask, why did JG instantly bail? Maybe he's got that spirit of the Pharisees. I would never hang out with sinners. I would never do a Bible study with heretics. Is Jesus your Lord, says Timothy. Well, of course he is. Acts chapter 10, verse 36 says he is the Lord of all. Ain't that special?
I was very unsure where JG was even going, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because he was basically saying omission is a lie. Well, God has admitted many things. This doesn't make him a liar.
Yeah.
This what was confusing me. Even when Paul is writing in Colossians, we all know about the dispensation said, but in 1:26 it says, even the mystery which have been hid from ages and from generations, but now was made manifest to his saints.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery, he deliberately hid it. So is JG then saying God is a liar? I wasn't sure what JG was, the point he was making is what I'm saying. He was making out as if God doesn't hide things or omit things. Well, God clearly does hide things and omit things for certain times and places and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery of the gospel, i.e. Christ in you, was hid, deliberately hid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just confused to what he was even getting at, to be honest. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it went over my head, but it just didn't make much sense what he was saying.
So, Bill, you asked why he left?
Yeah.
We could assign a number of reasons why he exited so quickly. Maybe his Wi-Fi dumped him. But maybe he was just a plain out Pharisee, because the Pharisees said, I would never eat with sinners. I would never drink with sinners. I would never study the Bible with heretics.
They're the best ones to do Bible study with.
Yeah. And if he truly wanted my answer, he'd wait around for this lovely little essay and read it to us and interject his own thoughts or contradict me. But that's a fine way to contradict me and prove me wrong. And I don't mind proving me wrong. I've been proven wrong many times, and it's a blessing to realize that you was wrong, baby. And that's what the judgments of God are all about, is show us that we were wrong in our thinking. And we want more of the judgments of God, not less of the judgments of God. But he's got a superstitious mythology that this God of his is kind of vindictive, and you want to actually get it all right while you still have time to get it all right. Otherwise, there's hell to pay. Bill, could you read the essay for us for JG's sake? Maybe he's out there listening.
I can in about 5 minutes. The wife is on the phone at the moment, so it's noisy here, but yeah.
It sounds okay. We can bear with it.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I'll put my glasses in. Right. JG, there is a 100-year-old book that answers your questions. The Problem of Evil by Enoch. The Problem of Evil and the Judgments of God. Table of contents. You want me to read all the table of contents out, yeah?
Yeah, just not the page number.
All right. The problem of evil. Evil and sin. The source of sin. Sin for sin. The fall of Satan. Satan's supreme sin. The knowledge of good. Man's greatest mistakes. Sin in act and in fact. Yeah. Put your, don't forget to put your comma down. Yeah. Not your comma, you bloody colon. Sin in the act and the heart. The human heart. Conscience. Man's will or God's. The phantom of free will. Yeah. The transmission of sin. The unpardonable sin. Oh, I tell you, the Pentecostals love that one. Boy, I tell you, when I was green behind the ears and not knowing the Bible before I even read the Bible, contextually and properly, man, they used to give me some. That was. Sin's justification. The repudiation of sin. The God of Judas Iscariot. God's will and intention. The deity of God. And then we get onto another section, the judgments of God. Responsibility. What is judgment? The dais of God and his Christ. Requital at the dais. Revealed by fire. Suffering and shame. Endure and reign. They almost rhyme them two together, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Suffering and shame, endure and reign. Tribulation and wrath. The judgments of the nations. The function of the great white throne. The second death. The appreciation of God. And then obviously the scripture index. At the end, I assume. So, I think it's wonderful and revealing, dear JG, that you found some Bible passages that seem to contradict each other. How lovely that you stopped by last night to show us these contradictory passages. One passage said, God sends them a deceiving spirit. And the other passage says, God would never do that. Not in a million years. Or something. Where's the passage he's trying to pull out that's saying that God would never send a deceiving spirit? Where's he getting that
Jeremiah, that Jeremiah passage.
Right. No, because he's misquoting, because in Jeremiah, it doesn't mention whether God sent or not. It's just that God didn't make the lie.
Mm-hmm.
The deceiving spirit would have, but that is not God. So, this is why context is so bloody important. Anyway, that was the point I was trying to make to him earlier.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You demanded my explanation. I demanded yours. I said, what the hell do I know? Maybe there's two different plot lines going on here, two different story points to make, two different groups of characters in the story that need different cuts, camera angles, backstories, etc. But on the whole, I'm comfortable with the executive summary that all is out of God, through God, and for God. Romans 11:36. Your answer was that God sent a deceiving spirit because they deserved it and did something of their own accord that made God respond in such a way.
They deserved it, yeah.
They deserve it. They're going to bloody hell, they are, them reprobates.
That's why God sent a deceiving spirit, because they deserved a deceiving
Yeah.
spirit, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this morning I was thinking about this tough problem, the problem of evil. How are we to understand these things? One of my early morning thoughts was about Romans 5:18, a fascinating passage, one that many folks who name the name of the Lord avoid with vigour. Among such things, Romans 5:18 says, sin condemns and sin justifies.
Wow.
Check it out. Consequently, then, as it was through one offence for all mankind for condemnation, thus also it is through the one just award for all mankind, for life's justifying. Can you see it? All mankind experiences condemnation, thus universal condemnation. And then, somehow, some way, all mankind experiences universal justification. And in the grand story of Romans 5:18, there are two sources for these two outcomes. The source for the universal condemnation is the actions of Adam in the garden. Then the source for universal justification is the actions of Christ on the cross. Listen, JG, you want to trace things back to their source. Thus, you ask me, which is true? God sent a spirit of deception, or that God would never do such things? Again, he was misunderstanding the scriptures anyway. But he present two different scriptures that could support either argument. Well, technically he didn't. So, I know you're arguing on this vein, but technically, if you break it down, he didn't yet. But anyway.
Yeah.
To blame God or not to blame God? That is the question. Now, regarding sourcing things out, using Romans 5:18 as a starting point, would you agree that we are all condemned to sin, condemnation, and death? And would you agree that it's Adam to blame? Everyone dies, right? Everyone dies thanks to Adam, right? See Romans 5:20. Even little babies who never even got the chance to sin die thanks to Adam, right? Now, do we blame Adam? I mean, seriously, do you blame Adam for our plight? I've listened to you over the years, and you never seem to get beyond the point of blaming the individual man and the man's so-called free will for the condition of man's woes and wills. But Romans 5:18 and 5:12 takes us back to Adam. Blame Adam. Hashtag blame Adam. Can you It's usually hashtag blame Bill, but we chuck Adam in there for a change.
Uh-huh.
We're taking baby steps here. If we can get beyond man's beloved free will and trace the source beyond ourselves, maybe by a miracle of God, we can arrive at the feet of God and give God all the blame, credit for all things, eventually. Right? Blame Adam. Okay. Romans 5:18. Consequently, then, as it was through one offence for all mankind for condemnation, thus also it is through one just award for all mankind for life's justifying. This verse is a compound for, as it was Thus also. Can you hold two thoughts in your head at the same time? See, you're getting a little bit facetious there. But I don't blame you. Can you compare and contrast the thoughts? As it was, thus also. Are we all condemned to death and dying? You bet. Are we condemned because of things we did or do? No, not according to Romans 5:18. It's all due to Adam's actions in the garden. Thanks, Adam. What a mess you got us all into. No one has a free will in this matter. We come into this world condemned to sin, mortality, and death. The only solution is for God to pull back the curtain and reveal to us that it's not finished yet. Yes, creation has begun, but there's a bit more work to do to bring us all to the second half of Romans 5:18, the thus also part. Thus also it is through one just award for all mankind for life's justified. Imagine that. All of life will be justified, and all mankind will be justified. Why? Because of the one just award. What is the one just award? Oh, that's the results of Christ's dear work on the cross. It accomplished so very much, dear JG. Or, you know, if you listen to Eric, it didn't accomplish much. Yeah. So, on the whole, JG, I'm thinking if you can get the place to where you blame Adam, it's just a hop, skip, and jump to go all the way and credit God for all things. You see, Adam was not that clever. In fact, he was quite ignorant of many things. Oh, he had it good in the garden, but nowhere in the story does Adam ever thank God for the goodness of God provided for him. Adam was ignorant of both good and evil. We have to know. You can't know good apart from knowing evil. Vice versa, obviously. The two need each other to be fully appreciated. And that's why good and evil were wrapped up in one tree. Can we truly know good apart from its contrast? Can God operate all things, including creating and dispensing evil, while at the same time being good? I would say yes. Again, we differ on that little bit there, but we'll carry on.
Well, wait a minute. Let's read the sentence
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to make a fuss like JG does. I'm just saying we agree to disagree on that bit. Yeah. Can God operate all things? We know he can, including creating and dispensing evil, while at the same time being good. And obviously you say, yes. At one time, I had no idea how to answer such a question. But over the years, discovering the purpose of God in creating Christ and all things through Christ, Colossians 1:16, a more humbly approach to the subject and say with love, all is of God. Can God lovingly send a deceiving spirit for a grand and glorious purpose? You bet. Obviously agree with that. Can God lovingly bring us all to the place where we are thankful for every experience we have? You bet. Remember, every knee will humbly bow, Philippians 2:10-11, and every tongue will thrillingly acclaim Jesus Christ is Lord to the glory of God the Father. Wow, what a father. He knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. Grace to you. Got two PSs there. PS, is God responsible for the creation of human beings and yet not responsible for their destiny? PPS, can you find the problem of evil book over here? Oh, you can find the problem of evil book here. I mean, you obviously put etc. And it's just $12. Also, find a link there for a free PDF under the free media section. Free sounds good to me. So there. So again, I think 95% I agreed with. So that's not bad.
Right on, baby. 95% is A-okay with
Well,
me.
no, I think about I think about 97. Really, there's only a couple of little
Okay,
spots
good.
with agree to
I'm
disagree.
improving in your eyes.
Well, yeah, it's mediocre. No, because you did do one the other day. I can't remember what day it was, where you got a 9.8 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't remember what that one was on, but that was a good one. I
Pretty soon
enjoyed
I'll
that.
be as clever as you.
Almost. And then soon we'll be as clever as Eric.
How dare you, Ace? I don't study the Bible with heretics. Don't ask me to read your stupid essay.
Is that not is that even not the purpose of studying the Bible with us mere mortals and sinners to persuade us? Surely, surely.
Where? Oh, no. Show me, Lizzie. Show me.
I mean, that's a better layout. We can see all three of us now.
Come back to the motherland. Yeah, add into it. You won't even recognize it. Come back to the motherland. You won't
Yeah,
even
yeah, yeah,
recognize it.
yeah. I wouldn't actually advise coming back to the motherland now. No. I'd say avoid the motherland like the plague now. It's become very bad. That was always my contention with the Lordship Salvationists. They say unless you accept, Jesus being Lord of all, he's not Lord at all. And I thought that's an oxymoron of a statement right there, because he's Lord of all, whether you believe it or not. It makes no bloody difference. And if you go back in history in England, the king was the king. Whether you liked the king or not, he was still bloody king. It didn't make a difference if you believed it or not. And that's the same with Christ. He's Lord of all. You don't need to make someone Lord who's already bloody Lord. So that's the stupidity of lordship. Why do you have to make someone something they already are? Do I have to make you and call you Ace before you are Ace? No, stupid.
Oh, I know. You can change your icon to say, "Come back to the motherland, please. We need help."
Well, yes, I think I might. Yeah, I might actually do that. As you're saying that. Bear with me. Let me do that.
We need that independent American spirit.
Yeah. Look, I'll have to move it over. Let me move it over. So it's. Oh, hang on. I've got to move it over a bit so you can see it in its all its glory. Yeah, that's a bit better. I think that's more honest and appropriate.
Help us, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope.
Well, all great empires come to the end, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God sets the settings of their season and the bounds thereof.
Yeah. And there are
that they may grope for him.
Yeah.
One time years ago, I was over on Wild Hearts channel.
Yeah.
I was just in the side chat, right? And he had a couple of talking heads in there, and I think he was sober at the time. And in the side chat, I said, "Are there any lessons we can learn from the Tower of Babel?" And oh my God, he went on a rant that there is no such thing as the Tower of Babel. There's no proof, no proof, no proof. He was mad at my question.
Yeah.
And And so I think I typed in, I'm not saying that there was a Tower of Babel or there wasn't.
I'm gonna grab this little box platform from the storage unit.
How long?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got it in the truck?
Yeah. I just need your help getting it out.
All right. I'll be back in a few minutes, boys.
All right.
Help, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope.
It's been quiet. Yeah. There's been. Ace got raptured, but I think too early, so we're back again in a minute.
No, I was gonna get one a little bit of pasta and then What do you think?
What?
Dad.
She wants to know if she puts a bit of tomato in a jar, will they all go in the jar so we can kill them?
Might be.
Alright, so that way.
No!
No, let's act right.
No! No! Don't want to cut like tomato. No, because that's waste of tomato. I'm really sorry.
I was going to take the seat out and hide it tomato. Alright.
There's something there, right? Thank you. I won't like this.
Well, you might have it. Actually, okay. Take my tablet. I'll wait. Oh no.
Speak, baby, speak.
Yep, we're still here. We're still here.
Speak, 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 speak. Spoke. Spak.
What?
Spank. Spank.
Spook.
Come back to the motherland, please. We're in trouble.
Yes, help us.
Right. And let's see what's going on.
Help, 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 help.
Oh, something's gone wrong. The Sith Lord. The Sith Lord. Starmer has taken over the country.
What is this dude doing?
Oh my God.
That was they do that until press when you do it and they don't do it until anytime.
You know, it's real easy to predict these big trends. You know, you just follow the trend a little bit because
Yeah.
current events form future trends.
Well, yeah.
And it's not hard to predict at all that England will end up in a bloody nightmare of it wouldn't actually be civil war. It would just be absolute chaos. Like, you know, you wouldn't even know who won if somebody won.
But yeah. It is. Again, I have to be careful what I say, obviously.
Right,
But,
right.
yeah, we are.
I'll speak for you.
Yeah, speak for us. And I'll either go yay or nay. Then. Yeah. See, this is an example of what JG didn't get. I've had to omit things because of the political climate in this country. So there's a mission. So I'm not lying. I'm just a mission. A mission's going on.
Right. I have a book on my shelf on my, you know, I got about 70 psychology books, and one of them is called. It's written by a fellow named Goldman.
Right.
And it's called. Crap. Let me see if I can find it. Something about lies, the importance of lies.
Oh, right.
Um, I don't see it here. Oh, Vital Lies. That would be it. I think that's the title of it.
All right, all right.
Vital Lies, Simple Truths by Daniel Goldman, not Goldman. Let me bring it up here and see if I can read the preface. It says, Daniel Goldman draws on the evidence of all kinds, from the brain function to social dynamics, to reveal how we skew our most intimate relationships, our day-to-day lives, and our common reality by burying painful insights and memories. The self-deception is our means of psychic self-preservation. Vitalize in current, Vitalize in Simple Truths, the psychology of self-deception. This self-deception is our means of psychic self-preservation, the currency of survival in which our entire society colludes. But although self-deception is sometimes benign, it can also be dangerous and life-diminishing. This important book both illuminates and raises challenging questions about the subject that is central to our psychological existence. Yeah, as I remember, I haven't read the book in 20 or 30 years. I remember coming away thinking, we got to lie to ourselves just to get out of bed. I can do this. I can do this, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I can go to work on time. Yeah, yeah. Does my ass look fat in these pants? No, honey. Yeah, you look great in those pants. Yeah.
So is no one going to come in and play with us today?
Go ahead, boys and girls, hit the StreamYard link.
Come and play.
Yes. Because we have some interesting thoughts that we need to sort out. Does God lie to us when he withholds information? Yeah, yesterday I brought up the passage that says God repented from making man in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And then Paul says in one of those Timothy letters that God is fond of humanity.
Exactly.
And he demonstrates this fondness for humanity by sending Christ to die, not just for his friends, but for his enemies. Right, Romans 5:10, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if you would give your life for a good man, but who would give their life for a total stranger who's just not even demonstrated to be good?
Exactly. Those damn sinners.
Damn sinners. So let's see what these the comments are on this book, if there are any. The review comment says, this is one of my favorite books. I would universally recommend to anyone. I almost did not find this book or read it because I was not so impressed with Goldman's books on emotional intelligence. Yeah, because he became famous by writing a book on emotional intelligence, which is a pretty cool topic, you know.
Yeah, I'm one of the pure people that I value EQ over IQ, to be honest. They're both important, but you know, in my valuation, EQ over IQ.
I picked it up and started reading it. I could not understand right away that this book was different from any other psychology book I'd read. It was written for the professional, yet it is understandable by the layman as well because it is also well and clearly written. Next one says, when I first found this book and read it, I've been waiting literally for years to find a Kindle version. And finally, it's out. So skip the emotional intelligence stuff. This is the real thing that explains a lot of human behavior and the human condition simply and clearly. It's brilliant. Everyone I've given this book to told me that this book has been amazed by it. The only problem is that this is not advertised and there are errors in the production description. 4 stars. After reviewing some of the research and modern theory around narcissism, I was drawn to finding something of substance that explained more about the grandiose thinking or delusion. Luckily, I only recently took this thing about emotional intelligence, Bill?
Say it again.
This thing about emotional intelligence that you're fond of?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous to say that somebody is highly intelligent, but yet they're so arrogant, proud, and self-righteous. You know that you don't even want to hang around somebody who brags on their IQ, but they have no way of connecting. You know, there's no emotional intelligence there.
Well, yeah, and I think even Christ makes that point.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't want to hang around with those intellectual scribes and Pharisees, but he was happy to hang around with a broken, you know, emotionally kind of confused sinners and prostitutes and all that.
Because they're humble. They're humble. They're not bragging on their own self-importance.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking EQ, surely God has got to be the top EQ as well.
Oh my God, yes, indeed.
Because it doesn't say, it says God, does this, does that, and has characteristics of this, that, and everything else. But a clear statement of fact that says God is love.
Yeah.
And I think that in itself is poignant. Personally, it's not that just God has a character of love, like he does anger, hate, and all these. These are different characteristics, but it says is. That's a statement of fact.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to know what love is, then that is God. But I wouldn't look for that God is love within Romanism or Orthodoxyism or Pentecostalism, because that's perverse and screw ifs. But the actual God of the actual Bible is love.
Right. And there's this passage in Ephesians that casually mentions because of the vast love with which he loves us.
Yeah.
And how would you go about marginalizing that thought?
Well, yeah. But that's always I notice with these people, the religiotards especially, they very marginalise, again, the EQ level of God, the ultimate love, the sacrifice, all these poignant things of God, they're kind of sidelined to them. And all they're interested in is like having high IQ levels or having a photographic memory or, being gifted, with homiletics or hermeneutics. They're all interested in this shit. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But to sideline who God actually is and the emotional connection between the beloveds and God, I think is very wrong and causes much harm.
Mm-hmm.
We see how much harm it causes. Look at the history of pseudo-Christendom, whether it's the Romanists or the Protestants. They're always killing and they're burning and hacking and torturing people. Where the hell was God in that? God didn't, we're commissioned with a ministry of reconciliation, not sticking razor blades in people's eyes to make confessions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is when I see the people like J.G. and Jill. I would see them, man, if they had their way and we was back 400 years ago, they'd be in the chair as the inquisitors. They'd be loving to sticking probes in people and hurting them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my personal opinion anyway.
Yet God, being rich in mercy because of his vast love with which he loves us, etc.
Have a look at. I wonder what word that is where it says vast love. I want to know what vast love is.
Could you look it up for us?
I'm going to go because I've literally got through a little Bible and I'm going to have a look what vast love is. Let's have a look. Ephesians 2:4. Let's have a look.
Go ahead, bring up your screen when you're ready.
Let's see how it sounds in the Greek as well. Is that big enough, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to hear what it sounds like in Greek. Let's have a look.
Strong's G 4183. Alus. Alus.
There you go. It means many, much, great, many, much, large. Mm. Vast and great age, many, much. Plenty. That's a word I like. I love this word there. I use that often. That one there.
Plenteous.
Plenteous. I like that word, plenteous. See that's like plenteous is, as you know, is like more and above, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like when we get abounding grace, it's more and above. And plenteous is one of those words. Yeah, all right. We go through that.
Yeah, thus the question, why would these knuckleheads come over here and challenge us and try to marginalize and minimize the love of God and put strings attached on it, you know?
Yeah. And look, even that love is not it's not filios. I mean, it's agape love.
Oh, yeah.
So it's plenteous agapes. Look at that. Affection. God is affectionate towards us. Goodwill. Love. Benevolent. Agape. So that's another one I like. Benevolence. That's another word. Wonderments. Benevolence. But the point is, you can even see by this, just by this great love, in which he loves, is benevolent, so good-willing towards us.
Mm-hmm. What's the King James say on this particular verse?
What? Read it out verbatim. It says, "But God, who is rich in mercy, for His great love, wherewith He loved us."
Sweet.
So great love. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Well, I'll not stop sharing that now. But oops, you've got me on. You've just got a blank screen there. So stop sharing. You need the other format. That's it. That's my favourite format.
Yeah, this love which has lots of strings attached.
Well, yeah. I don't know where they get the strings attached from. Especially while we were yet sinners. God commanded His love toward us. That's a thought in itself. Toward us, not us toward Him. Toward us. Who'd have thought? Yes, that brings pictures of open arms and long stretched arms and even the parable of the prodigal son. While he saw the son afar off, what did the father do? The father didn't sit there and wait for old matey to get it right and come to him. No, the father actually ran to the prodigal son. That's some picture there that God runs toward sinners, embracing. I think these are good thoughts and good truths and things that the religious tards don't quite get. Yeah. So there you go. You frozen up, Ace? Oh, Ace, you've been raptured, didn't you? Just let the audience know Ace has been raptured. He's been right there. He's still. I'm sure he'll be unraptured again. I'm sure. Maybe it was just so much the interwebs couldn't handle the bandwidth of God's abounding grace and benevolence. Perhaps. Who knows? These are mysteries that perhaps are still omitted from us. Yet will become clear in times to come. All right, that's it. That's about as meandering as I can get with the rapture situation. I'm Ace Theo vanishing. The rest you have to make up yourself. Oops, and that was just me. Everyone's getting raptured apart from me. I've missed the rapture. Bloody hell. Unbelievable. Oh no, we're back again. Yeah. I tried to hold the fort while he was gone, Ace. I tried.
Did you teach some of that devil doctrine?
Did I what?
Yeah, that OSAS stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm OSAS. You know me, I'm OSAS. Old school OSAS.
Once saved, never sure.
No, I'm ever sure. Ever sure, am I? Not according to me, but according to him. According to him. Maybe much of Christendom isn't benevolent anymore. Has Sven Columbus been raptured though?
Let's see. He's still here. He's still here.
I'm still here. I'm just very quiet.
All right, okay then. The still voice.
You ready for a treat, Bill?
You got a treat for me, huh?
Yeah.
When I was a full-time commodity cowboy, all I thought about was how many pounds of beef I could squeeze out of this farm at the lowest possible price, with no real focus except pounds of beef and how cheap I could do it. Today, I never ever think about how many pounds we can sell. What I think about all day, every day is, how can I make this land better? What if I put compost this way? What if I put a cover crop that way? What if I graze it in a different way? What can I do to make that happen? We're standing here on my farm in the edge of Bluffton, Georgia. It's one of the poorest counties in the nation. Wonderful land, wonderful climate, and poor people. The census says there are 102 people. We can't count but about 50. The only thing you can buy in Bluffton is a stamp if you get there between 8 and 12 during the week. If you need a gallon of milk or a tube of toothpaste, it's 12 miles to the store. And what happened to Bluffton is what happened to so many small rural towns that had a purely agrarian economy. The centralization of industrial agriculture, it simply wasn't needed anymore. There was no economic reason for this town to be here, so people moved to places where they could get better jobs. From here, I can see a dozen of these old stores in Bluffton. Mr. Greer Mansfield had a store right here, general merchandise, and Mr. Herman Bass had a store here, about an 8-foot alley between them. And I remember my mother going in and Mr. Herman saying, "Well, you must have not got what you wanted at Grill's. I see you went in there first." They're very competitive. As far as the impoverishment of rural America, nobody of my father's generation said, let's just suck all the money out of this little town and let it dry up and blow away. That never happened. My father told me that in 1946, a salesman invited all the farmers to a fish fry, and he brought 200-pound bags of ammonium nitrate fertilizer with him. And his ask was get out in your pasture, put it down in a pattern, and leave it for 3 days and come back and look at it. And when my father came back, you know, the grass was this much higher than the other grass. You know what he said? He said, shit, I want my whole farm to look like that. And we put nitrogen fertilizer on every acre of our land every year from 1946 when he was doing it until 1995. What we couldn't see is that ammonium nitrate fertilizer killed the microbial life that fed the soil. It was an unintended consequence. I went to the University of Georgia and majored in animal husbandry. It became animal science, and it was very industrial cattle farming. And I came back and did that for about 20 years and was good at it. But every year I liked what I was doing a little bit less. The industrialization of agriculture sought to make this farm a factory. And nobody sane and normal should enjoy watching a cow in a feedlot or a hog in a gestation crate or a chicken in a battery cage. And I came to hear about consumers that wanted grass-fed beef, and it appealed to me. And I started slowly changing my production practices. And the first thing that I did was give up confinement feeding of corn. I gave up subtherapeutic antibiotics, and I gave up hormone implants. And that was all I ever really intended to do. And then decided that using chemical fertilizers and pesticides on the pastures was as wrong as using hormone implants and subtherapeutic antibiotics. That's my daddy, Will Bell Harris. I was taken at my wedding. One time a flower got put on his lapel. My daddy talked more like Foghorn Leghorn than I do. And my father was not involved in me changing this farm from an industrial farm to what it is today. He died of dementia, and I didn't start the process until about 1995, so we didn't have to have that discussion. He would have been opposed to that, and rightfully so. We made money every year. Never lost money, ever. Come on, up. There were many, many times that I woke up and said, what in the hell was I thinking? Because we went from no debt to borrowing $7.5 million to build processing plants and operating for a number of years in which I literally lost money every year. You know, I didn't know if I was going to lose the farm that my great-granddad had established 130 years earlier, the farm that I was supposed to leave for my children, and put my wife in a position where she could have died in a rented mobile home somewhere. And those were dark days. I'd work till dark. I'd go in, I'd drink a bottle and a half of wine. I'd go to sleep. About 2 o'clock, I'd burn through the wine. I'd get up, go to the bathroom, make coffee, put my boots on, and go again. We took incredible risks. Today, I'm very glad that I made the changes that I made because the farm is again profitable and cash flow positive, and 2 of my daughters and their spouses have come back to work on the farm. And at least that last part probably wouldn't have happened under the other scenario. I used to consider what I did to be a very simple business. I had nothing but cattle, dogs and horses to work the cattle, cowboys to work the dogs and horses. We raised the cows, we fed corn to the cows, we sold the live cows. It's a pretty simple business. And then I got into an even more simple business. Today, we don't feed animals, we feed the microbes in the soil. The microbes feed the soil, and the soils feed the plants, and the plants feed the animals, and they breed and they grow, and we turn them into meat and sell it for money, which is like the blood that pumps through our bodies to keep it all going. And it's really a beautiful system. And what's most beautiful is that every generation, the animals are healthier and healthier, happier and happier. My daughter had really been after me to bring sheep in. I think because she thought they were cute, but I brought them in because we desperately needed them. There's a lot of symbiosis, a lot of synergy that comes from having cattle and small ruminants in a polyculture together. The internal parasite that affects cattle most are brown stomach worms. Sheep don't care about brown stomach worms. The internal parasite that affects sheep most are barber pole worms. Cattle don't care about barber pole worms. So if you've got the two species out here together, like these are, it's like a dead-end street with the life cycle of the brown stomach worms in the sheep and the barber pole worms in the cattle. I don't know why any serious cattleman in this country wouldn't have some small ruminants out there with them. It's profitable. So this is a pasture that has been grazed off real short, and they got poultry is out there now. They're out here in the pastures in these houses. There's nothing constraining them at all. They could walk from here to Atlanta if they wanted to. Those houses are portable. We move them once a week to give them an area that's free of pathogens and parasites so they stay healthier. And another reason is to move that chicken manure around. If chicken manure is all concentrated in one place, it's toxic. But if it's moved around, then it's feed for the microbes in the soil. Horn flies and face flies, which are pests for cattle, lay eggs in the manure. Chickens scratch in the manure and eat the larva, and it's feed for the chickens, and it breaks the life cycle of the pest for the cattle. So it's a great example of symbiosis. Prior to about 1995, we had about 700 cows, and we sold the calves fairly soon after weaning. Since then, we've increased the carrying capacity.
Okay, I got to get out of here, boys.
Okie dokie.
So if you want to watch the rest of that, it's called 100,000 Beating Hearts.
Okie dokie.
On YouTube.
All right, Ace. Well, I got to get going too, so you have a good day, and until next time.
Bye-bye.
Yep, bye-bye.